So I've been a big fan of the original BigSky that I purchased way back in the day, and I was overjoyed to find out that Strymon has released an update, the BigSky MX. It's got a lot of goodies in it. It's got updates to all of the existing reverb algorithms. It's got 2 new reverb types, the IR reverb, where you can load your own impulse response file to get your own reverb types, and there's a new chamber reverb that sounds really great. In addition, as you can see, the screen has moved from a small screen in the upper left-hand corner to a much larger screen more towards the middle of the top of the pedal. You'll also see as we get into patch building that things are just a lot more legible. You can really understand what's going on as you build your patch. But wait, there's more. Arguably, the biggest change is now the BigSky MX supports 2 independent reverb engines at once. In other words, you can set your patches up to run 2 reverb engines at the same time. As you'll see, you can run them in parallel or in series. You can run them in the left or right channel. It's really, really cool. We're definitely going to be exploring that. All right, let's get into some sounds. I want to show you how easy it is to create a patch on the BigSky MX. Here's my dry sound. All right, let's get into it. I've got a blank preset slot dialed up. I'm going to engage the BigSky MX, and here is the default setting. And of course, it's the cloud. Lovely, lovely, new improved cloud. Let me walk through the knobs really quickly. These are going to be similar for each reverb type. First up, we have the reverb decay. For the cloud, it goes from 1,000 milliseconds to 50,000 milliseconds. There's one of your ambient drone situations there, right? We also have pre-delay, so we go from 0 to 255 milliseconds. Right. We also have tone. This is common across all reverb types. Very muffled to very bright. All right, and then we have a mod knob for modulation. We can go with none, or we can go with a ton. Okay, I'll leave it in the middle there. And then for each reverb type, there's a set of 2 parameter knobs, and each reverb type has different parameters that are controlled by the knobs. In the case of the cloud, parameter 1 is the low end. So we can have very little low end to, oh, you can hear how it kind of beefed out there, a lot of low end. We also have the ensemble effect of the cloud. Here's 0. Let's bring the ensemble up to about 5. And let's go ahead and bring it up even more. Oh yeah, and this is where that synthesizer-y kind of feel begins to come into play. Yeah, that is super, super nice. I'm going to have to restrain myself not to use that all the time and make everybody totally sick of it, right? And of course, we have the mix knob, which goes from 0 to a lot. 100% wet. Love it. There's also a global setting for kill dry if you want to use this in an effects loop and not have to deal with the blend knob or the mix knob. All right, let's look at some other parameters that are accessible for any of the reverb types. You do this by pressing the value knob, and this will get you into a list of parameters that are unique for each reverb type. In the case of the cloud, we've got the low end, which is the same as the knob. We've got ensemble, same as the parameter 2 knob. We also have diffusion, so we can make the reverb more or less diffuse. Or more distinct, less diffuse. You can hear the difference there. Yeah, pretty cool. And then we've got output. I'm not going to go through all of these, but we've got diffusion, we've got output level. We can pan the reverb if we want to set it up for a patch. And we have infinite mode. This is common on all reverb types. You can either do a freeze or you can do infinite. And the difference is freeze captures a slice of the reverb and freezes it in time. Infinite will also capture a slice but allow you to add layers. It just keeps adding on layers. And let me show you how that works real quick. I'm going to turn the infinite latch mode from momentary to latching. Okay, and let me go ahead and play a note, and then I'm going to hit the infinite button. All right, so this is my drone. Okay, very nice. Now, if I set the type from freeze to infinite and turn infinite back on, here's what I get. So this is really good if you're playing along and you've got the standard reverb setup going. And if you want to do kind of a swell or a build or a crescendo, you can hit the infinite button and really add layers of reverb. That's very, very nice. And again, this is a constant capability for all of the reverb types. All right, let's say I now want to add a second reverb type into this patch. It's very easy to do. Here's where I've got the cloud dialed in. I'm going to leave it as it is now. When I'm ready to add that second reverb, all I have to do is hit the knob over by the reverb type. And this is going to bring up a block on the display that will allow me to indicate how I want the second reverb engine to relate to the first. Right now, Reverb 2 is turned off. I can switch so that Reverb 2 comes on and it runs in parallel with Reverb 1, or I can run Reverb 1 into Reverb 2 in series, or I can run Reverb 2 into Reverb 1 in series, or I can bring the reverb patch into the left or right channel. So I've got a lot of options there. So what I want to do right now is add in that second reverb type, and I'm going to run Reverb 1 into Reverb 2. So let me go ahead and pick the Bloom reverb type for reverb number 2. So I just clicked on that button again, and 2 is highlighted. You got to make sure that the reverb you're working with is highlighted in the display. And now I can turn it to Bloom, and if I play, you'll hear the cloud going into the Bloom. All right, I'm not going to go over all of the features of the Bloom reverb type. That would take too long. But I do want to mention a couple of things. One is for Reverb 2, when you're operating on that, all of the knobs control Reverb 2. If you want to control Reverb 1 with the knobs, click back over to Reverb number 1. The second thing is the mix knob. I've been playing around with that a lot. What I'm seeing is an interesting thing with the mix knob. If I pull the mix knob down to 0, I'm only hearing the cloud. Okay? If I bring the mix up to halfway, so we're 255, so halfway is really about 127. It's a little geeky there, but you know, kind of cool. Now, listen to this. We can hear both the bloom and the cloud. All right, now if I bring the mix knob all the way clockwise, so all the way up, if you will, I'm hearing the guitar drop out. The point is, you can pretty much mix the reverbs however you wish, because in addition to the overall mix knob, each reverb in the specific parameters has an output level, which you will see on the display. So you've got complete control between the mixes of the two reverb types. All right, let's explore what running Reverb 2 into Reverb 1 sounds like. I'm going to switch the series mode so that 2 feeds into 1. And let me click back to reverb number 2. And this time I'm going to pick the magneto reverb type. And this is a reverb type that can actually do delays. All right, let's look at a couple of the options there. So decay now controls the reverb or the delay time, if you will. You can go up to 1500 milliseconds, so a second and a half. All right. Pre-delay becomes the feedback knob, like a delay pedal. Okay, that's kind of cool. And if we go into our parameters, then we see low end and we see diffusion. You can make these delay repeats very diffuse, so it sounds much more reverby. So it becomes more like a rhythmic reverb, if you will. I'm going to bring diffusion all the way down, and let me click into the other parameters, and let's explore heads. So this is supposed to replicate like a tape machine, right, with different tape heads. Right now it's set to 3. You can do from 1 to 6. So here's my 1. Now let's go ahead and move it to 3 where it was. That's really cool. Interesting thing though, if we set the number of heads up to 6, you can hear that we just get a ton of different repeats from our delays. We can also switch spacing from even to uneven. So let's do even. All right, that's okay, but again, when you get a lot of heads, tape heads going, it's more fun if you have it set to uneven. Yeah, very nice. Now, if we set up ping pong, yes, it has a ping pong setting. We can go from left to right if we're running in stereo. nice. It just sounds great. Now that's a lot of reverb, so guess what this patch is going to be really good for? Yeah, you guessed it, volume swells. I do have a volume pedal on the floor, as you've probably heard. Now, if I bring pre-delay up, this basically, again, it's like the feedback, right, for a delay pedal. Now, when you're ready to save your patch, just hit the knob where the reverb types are, hold it for 3 seconds, and it will prompt you to save. And you can type in your patch name and hit the button again. And now you've saved your patch. I'm going to shut up now and take a few minutes and play you a few patches that I've created. I'll put the parameters on the screen. Here we go. So, as awesome as the BigSky MX is, you may be thinking to yourself, I don't really need or want a reverb pedal this big on my pedal board. I've got a solution for you. It's the Strymon Cloudburst. Click Strymon Cloudburst is a compact reverb pedal with one purpose and one purpose only: ambience, but with a few twists. Let's check it out. Strymon Cloudburst is indeed a compact pedal. As you can see from the pedal compared to my hand, it may be the smallest pedal that Strymon's ever made. Not quite sure about that, but it's awfully small. It's also very easy to use. There's one input and one output, and they both function as either mono or stereo if you're using TRS cables. There's also a combination expression pedal MIDI jack, so you can hook up an expression pedal, or you can integrate the pedal in with your MIDI controller and have access to hundreds of presets. Let's go ahead and turn on the Cloudburst and see what we get. Oh yeah. Now, if you're familiar with Strymon reverbs, in particular the BigSky, you'll probably recognize that reverb type, and you're right, it's based on the Cloud algorithm. There are a few twists, however, that we'll explore. But first up, let's explore the decay knob. If I bring it all the way counterclockwise, that's the shortest decay time. Here's what that sounds like. Yeah, it's almost like a room tone, isn't it? And it sounds great with distortion. Now, what happens if I have a clean tone and put a delay pedal, in this case the Strymon Dig, in front of the Cloudburst? Here's what that sounds like. Yeah, nice. Now let me go ahead and turn the Cloudburst off so you can hear what goes away. Cloudburst on. Yeah, very nice. Now, let's go ahead and crank that decay knob all the way up. So all the way clockwise. Here's what we get with a clean tone, no delay pedal, just the clean guitar tone. Wait a minute, how long is this going to go? It seems to be going for a long time. Oh yeah, it's got super, super, super long decay time. Now, if we bring that decay time down just a bit, back into kind of reasonable realm, here's what we get with some volume swells, again with a clean guitar tone, no delay pedal, just the reverb. That's pretty sweet. Now, if I do add that Strymon Dig in there, again, it's before the Cloudburst. Here's what I get with some volume swells. Yes, love that. All right, now let's play around with the pre-delay knob. Now, if you're not familiar with pre-delay, basically all it does is inject a little bit of a delay before the reverb sound itself comes in after you play a note. So right now, it's at the minimum position, so the reverb comes in instantaneously. Instantaneously. Yeah. Now, if we bring that pre-delay up, you'll hear how it changes the character of the reverb. You can hear how when I play the notes, there's not much reverb going on, and then it kind of blooms in behind the notes. Now let's go ahead and bring that pre-delay knob all the way up. Really interesting. The pre-delay is so long that it almost functions as a delay. Kind of a reverby delay. It's kind of cool. Yeah, pretty sweet. Now I'd like to go ahead and explore the tone knob. It's been in the middle the whole time. Let's go ahead and bring it all the way counterclockwise, so this is going to cut the highs. Yeah, very kind of mellow, almost muddy. And if you bring in some pre-delay, it really kind of sits underneath, especially if you bring the mix down. I haven't talked about mix, but you know what mix does. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's very flexible, even though it's a simple knob. Now let's go ahead and bring that tone knob all the way up. And this, even more so, brings out that pre-delay, doesn't it? Let me bring the pre-delay all the way down, and let's just listen to the tone itself. Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of lows being cut out of the tone, and the highs are being emphasized. Next up is the mod knob, and that introduces modulation into the reverb. There's no modulation right now. Okay, pretty straightforward. Let's bring mod up to the halfway point. You can, oh yeah, you can really hear that modulation. Let me bring it all the way up so it's exaggerated. Now, the mod knob, the modulation knob, is very simple. It's just one control, and it brings up that it sounds to me like it's bringing up the depth and the speed of the modulation at the same time. So I think running it probably at about 9 or 10 o'clock is probably good for a nice kind of subtle modulation. So I talked about a couple of twists. I think that pre-delay is kind of interesting. That's a really interesting twist. The other interesting twist is the switch in the middle. That's the ensemble switch. And what this will do is generate harmonically rich pad-like tones and inject that into the reverb. The switch has 3 positions: off, kind of medium and heavy, or moderate and heavy ensemble effect. So right now it's off. Let's go ahead and turn it on. to the medium or moderate setting. Isn't that interesting? It almost sounds like there's a little bit of a synthesizer thing going on underneath the covers alongside of the reverb. Let's try the strongest or the heaviest or the most full setting. Here we go. When I first tried it, my first impression was, oh, it's shimmer. But no, it's not shimmer. It's very different from shimmer if you listen to it. Yeah. So I thought to myself, what if I turned the decay time to the shortest time, left just a little bit of modulation in there, and turned the mix knob to 100% wet. What would I get? Let's try it. What in the world? This reminds me, I gotta tell you, it reminds me of my old Roland GR300 guitar synthesizer that I had way back in the day, way back in the 80s. Now that's the heavy setting of the ensemble. Let's bring it into the middle position. Really nice, so it's a little bit mellower, isn't it? Now, what if I put a delay pedal after the Cloudburst and started playing Frippertronic style swells? I just happen to have a TC Electronic flashback triple delay set up, and let's see what that sounds like. I'm going to go ahead and use my volume pedal and do some Frippertronic style swells. Here we go. So I'll have links to the Cloudburst in the video description, but in the meantime, what do you think of this little pedal? Good, bad, ugly? Drop a comment and let me know your thoughts. In the meantime, I'm going to keep playing around with this thing and see what I can get out of it. And on today's video, we're going to be looking at the Strymon Ultraviolet, a truly cool vintage vibe pedal. Let's get right down to it. The Ultraviolet is the newest of Strymon's series of small form factor pedals. And this one is pretty dang cool. It's a vibe pedal. I'm talking univibe. This Ultraviolet definitely gets off into that territory with some new modern twists. Here is my guitar tone without the Ultraviolet on. Just a little bit of reverb, it's the Cloudburst at the end. Let me go ahead and turn the Ultraviolet on, and as you can see, I've got all the knobs pointed at noon. That's your classic vibe pedal sound, isn't it? Now, I want to let you know that I actually have the Ultraviolet set up in the signal chain before I get to my Strymon Iridium amp modeler. And the Strymon Iridium is set up for a slightly crunchy tone. And that's a classic way to run a vibe pedal. You put it in front of a slightly distorted amp and it, ooh yeah, it just sounds great. And, you know, if you throw some delay in there, Strymon Brig in this case. If you didn't like vibe pedals before this video, I'm hoping you'll like them after this video. All right, so let's talk about some of what the Ultraviolet does. First up, it's got a volume knob, and this is a really great thing to have on a vibe pedal. Yeah, so it's pretty subtle. I believe it's negative 4 dB to positive 4 dB. And this will allow you to equalize out the affected signal with your dry signal, at least the signal without the ultraviolet engaged. And you can also use it for a little bit of a boost into the front end of the amp. It's pretty cool. In the upper left-hand corner, right there, we've got a little three-way switch. If you move the switch to the left, you're in chorus mode, and here's what that sounds like. And that is a 50-50 blend between the ultraviolet vibe circuit and your unaffected tone. And that's what really gives that phase cancellation effect for the chorusing kind of effect. All right, if you're in the middle position, you're in blend mode, and this is a 70-30 combination, which gives kind of a smoother, more subtle vibe. Oh, I know, it's the dad jokes. I think it's going to keep going on this video. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, that's cool. And if you move the switch all the way to the right-hand side, it is in vibrato mode, which is 100% wet. Yeah, they're all really nice, and they all give your tone very different flavors. In the lower right-hand corner is the speed knob, and this simply adjusts the speed of the oscillation of the vibrato effect. There's a lot of variation in the difference between the speed knob all the way to the slowest to all the way to the fastest. Next to the speed knob is the intensity knob, and that simply adjusts the intensity of the oscillation. So how subtle or how out there it is. Now I've got the intensity all the way down. And there's basically no oscillation with the intensity all the way down. If we bring it all the way up, we're going to have a ton of intensity. Lots of options there. The last control on the unit is the bias switch in the upper right-hand corner. There are 3 settings: low, medium, and high, and this switches the center point of the oscillation. As you might expect, when you've got it set to low, you're focusing on the low frequencies. Mid or medium is in the middle, and then high is going to focus on your high frequencies. It's set to low right now, so let's check that out. All right, let's try medium. And high. Strymon says, and I tend to agree with him, that the high setting can get you kind of that Pink Floydy breathe kind of sound. I'm not actually going to try to play it, copyright and all that good stuff. That's a really beautiful sound. As you can hear, I turned on the Brig delay. I really like combining the vibe pedal with the delay pedal. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. So, how does the Ultraviolet sound with a more distorted tone, like a lead tone? Well, as you might expect, sounds pretty good. So I've got one dialed up here, and let's see what we have. Now, I don't play like Robin Trower, but can you hear that vibe in there? Oh, yeah. All right, the Ultraviolet. It's pretty awesome as a vibe pedal, but did you know it can also function as an EQ pedal? So if you leave the intensity knob turned all the way down and then flip through the mode and the bias options, you can get significantly different EQ curves into your guitar tone. So intensity is all the way down, mode is in blend, and the bias is currently set to high. Check this out. Now let me bring the high down to medium or mids. And I brought it down to low. Did you hear it got a little more nasally? Let's go ahead and try the actual vibrato mode, and the bias is set to high. That's pretty cool. Now, let's try the chorus mode on low. Now medium. And high. This wouldn't be an ambient guitar channel without a little bit of volume pedal, volume swells work. So let's give it a go and see what we can get. So there you have it, some features and sounds of the Strymon Ultraviolet. What did you think about this little purple pedal? Drop a comment below. Let me know your thoughts. I really like it a lot. It does remind me of my old Univibe unit from way back in the day. And it kind of makes me want to get a real Fender Deluxe reverb again and put this pedal in front of that Deluxe reverb with a little bit of crunch dialed in. Oh man, that would be good. We're going to look at the Strymon Brig. Oh yeah. The Brig is a bucket brigade style delay. In other words, it's modeled on the old bucket brigade analog delay circuits. Strymon says they use their D-bucket technology, and you can also find that in some of their other pedals, such as the big brother of the Brig, the Brigadier delay pedal, and the Strymon Timeline, and I think there's even a couple of others. All right, so here's my dry tone. All right, just, stratty thing going on. And here is a first hearing of the Brig. Yeah, it's kind of your classic analog-y style delay. Now, there are three voices on the Brig, the 3205, the 3005, and the multi-voice. I've got this set on the 3205 right now, and this has the shortest kind of delay time of the three options. That's the longest delay time. I believe it's about 300 milliseconds. So I'm going to leave it on the 3205. Let's quickly go through the controls. You saw me twist the time knob. Obviously, shortest to longest. And we'll put it back on the longest. We've got a mix knob. It does go 100% wet, so that's cool. Great for effects loops in guitar amps. I've found 50% seems to be about 2 o'clock or so. So we'll leave it there. There's also a filter knob, and this is basically kind of like your EQ for the delay and the repeats. And Strymon says that when you turn the filter down, so you've got the more muffled EQ-y thing going, that it will also add in some simulated noise into the circuit just to kind of add that analog vibe. In the middle, we've got our repeat knob, and if we turn it all the way up, you can do some self-oscillating kinds of things. It's kind of cool for those, those effects. Finally, we've got a modulation knob, and this is actually pretty flexible. If you turn the modulation all the way off, on the 3205 and the 3005 delay types, you're basically going to have a mono delay, even if you're hooked up in stereo like I am. But as you bring up the modulation, not only will you get a chorusy kind of effect, but you'll also get some stereo widening going. And as you bring the knob all the way up, you're going to increase the depth and the speed of the modulation at the same time. One of the cool things about the modulation knob also is if you bring the repeats all the way down and turn the time to the fastest delay repeat, it's almost like having a chorus pedal. So if you've got simple chorusy kinds of needs on your pedal board, you could potentially do double duty with the Brig, which I think is kind of a really nice feature. All right, let's go ahead and get into the other delay types. I'm going to leave the modulation kind of in the middle because I love the stereo sound. Let's move it to the 3005 delay type. Here we go. Let me bring up some repeats here. And let me switch it back to the 3205. I'll go back and forth so you can hear the difference in the two delay types. So as you can hear, the differences they're a little bit on the subtle side, but they are different. In addition, the 3005 delay model can go to a full 1 second delay time. Let's get into the last delay type, and that is the multi. And this is pretty cool because what Strymon does here is they take that bucket brigade delay type and they kind of cross-feed the two lines together, if I understand it, and they kind of add a golden ratio repeat into the mix. That sounds really complicated, doesn't it? But here's what it sounds like. Yeah, so you get a much more complex kind of delay repeat going on. Now, I just used my volume pedal that's on my pedal board to create volume swells, and I think the multi-delay type is really good for volume swells. I really like that a lot. Now, I haven't really done anything with a distorted tone, so let's try a little bit of that. I'm going to move it back to the 3205, and we'll bring the modulation down a little bit just to kind of keep that where it should be. Filter in the middle, and I'm going to bring the mix down just a little bit so that the delay will ride underneath the distorted tone. So here's what we get. That's one of the great things about analog style delays. Since they're mellower and warmer and they don't have quite as much top end, when you use them with leads or distorted tones, it's easier to get them to ride underneath your main guitar tone. Yeah, let's go ahead and try the multi. Yeah, I like that a lot. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, does the Brig have a tap tempo mode? And the answer is, why, yes. Yes, it does. You can access it by just simply pressing on the bypass switch and holding down until you see a blue flash. Boom, there we go. Now we're in tap tempo mode. I've got it set to 3205. Let's go ahead and tap in a tempo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so pretty simple. And I don't have the final user manual, but to me, it seems like if I use tap tempo, even with the 3205, which has that 300 millisecond max, it seems like I can tap in a tempo that has a longer delay repeat time than 300 milliseconds. So that might be a tip or a trick just to be aware of. What I want to do now is play around with maximum repeats in all three of the delay modes. Here is the 3205 with that same tempo that I was just playing, but with the repeats set to maximum. Ooh, that sounded really nice. Let's go ahead and try maximum repeats on the 3005. Here we go. Ooh, that self-oscillation was thicker and kind of bigger than the 3205. All right, let's go ahead and try the multi with full repeats and see what kind of self-oscillation we get. Oh boy, multi can definitely get out of control. There was probably some clipping on my signal on that one. All right, there you have it. Who is the Brig for? Well, I think it's for a couple of different players. One is the player who's wants this simple pedalboard setup with an old school analog sounding delay. Kind of think smoky barroom blues with just a tinge of good dirty, analogy, warmish delay. This pedal will deliver, really deliver those types of sounds very, very well. But it's not only for that person. I think it's also for ambient players who may have a few different delay pedals on their board, and they're looking for a really great sounding analog option that does support stereo. And again, as you've heard, the Brig does support stereo. Now, one thing I'll mention is the stereo support is through two TRS jacks, TRS input and TRS output. So if you've got other standard stereo pedals, you'll need a splitter cable. Not a huge deal, but it's a little inconvenient depending on your pedalboard setup. Nonetheless, you do get stereo in a small package. I think it's also for players who have a lead tone where they want a simple delay riding underneath the lead that creates fullness and width without getting in the way. Hey everybody, I'm Bill Vencil. This is Chords of Orion. It's all about ambient guitar, and yes, I've got the new edition of the Strymon Deco tape saturation and double tracker pedal. Super cool. And what it does is it seeks to emulate the idea of ADT, or automated double tracking. And you might be thinking, Bill, what is ADT? Well, it's a technique that was popularized in the 1960s, in particular by the Beatles. I don't think it was invented by the Beatles, but they certainly helped popularize it, where two reel-to-reel tape deck machines were used to automatically double track a guitar or perhaps another instrument. In particular, John Lennon didn't like his voice on its own, so he asked George Martin for a way to double track the voice without him having to go back and just overdub, multiple tracks. So that's what the Deco is all about. Let's check it out. As you can see, it's got the usual inputs and outputs. It's got stereo ins and outs. It also has a full MIDI implementation. So if you want to control this pedal with a MIDI controller, you can do it. It also has an expression pedal capability. And what you'll see on top of the pedal are two different sections. On the left-hand side is the tape saturation section, and the right-hand side is the double tracker. All right, so here is my dry, unaffected tone. And we're going to add some Deco to it. All right, let's explore the tape saturation first. So again, that's on the left-hand side. There are two voices in this new edition of the Deco. There's the classic voice and a cassette voice. So I've got it set to the classic voice. And let me go ahead and engage the tape saturation. As you can hear with the saturation even all the way down, it adds a certain richness to the tone. Yeah, let me go ahead and bring the saturation up. Bring it up about halfway. Here we go. Here's the dry again. Once you get the saturation dialed in to taste, this is possibly one of those always-on pedals. One of the other things that's really nice is the tone knob. This is on the second edition of the Deco, which allows you to control the brightness of the saturated tone. Let me go ahead and bring the saturation up more, and let's see what we get. Yes. Now, if you are familiar with reel-to-reel tape deck saturation, the Deco does an excellent job of emulating that soft, squishy, slightly compressed distortion that occurs when you overdrive a reel-to-reel tape deck. And I know this from experience. I currently own 3 reel-to-reel tape decks, and it's really cool just to kind of crank up the saturation. You see the meters hitting the +3 and above, and you start getting this lovely, lovely squishy distortion. Let's bring it up more. Yeah, that is really nice. What I want to do now is explore the cassette voicing. So I'll bring that saturation all the way down. Here we are. A little bit bigger of a bottom end, and it's a little squishier. Which makes sense. Again, if you've got a cassette deck, one of the old school cassette decks, I've got a couple still hanging around the house, they don't have as much headroom as a 15 inches per second reel-to-reel tape deck. So they tend to saturate a little bit faster, and they don't have as much dynamic range. Let me go ahead and bring up the saturation with the cassette voicing. You can really hear how everything is a little more compressed with the cassette voicing. Yeah, this is really cool. Now, what if we combined the tape saturation with an overdrive pedal? I've got a Strymon Riverside on the floor. Let me go ahead and engage that, and let's see what we get. Let me turn off the tape saturation. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds better. All right, let's check out the double tracking section of the pedal. Now, as we think about double tracking, we got to remember this is emulating 2 different reel-to-reel tape decks. So we've got our left hand, your right tape deck, and right tape deck. And what's going to happen is virtually we're going to feed our dry signal into the one deck, and then the other deck is going to feed that signal to the second deck, and there's going to be a lag between the 2 decks. One deck is going to lag behind the other one. And one of the cool things about this pedal is that we've got a lot of flexibility over that lag time, much more so than I could get with my old school reel-to-reel tape decks. I could get lag, but it was difficult to kind of dial in exactly how much lag, but we've got all control with this pedal. So I've got the type set to sum, so we'll check that out first. That basically is going to sum our two virtual tape decks together. And I'm going to pull the lag time all the way down to the minimum. And I think it's like, gosh, it's a fraction of a second lag time. And I've got a blend knob, so I'm going to leave that in the middle. And let's see what we get here with double tracking. Yeah, we don't hear a whole lot because everything is very, very close to real time. There might be a little bit of phase cancellation going on, but that's it. Let me bring the blend knob all the way up so we're only hearing our two virtual tape decks. All right, cool. It sounds good. I mean, that's a tape deck kind of sound, but we need to increase the lag time. And as we increase the lag time in that 9 o'clock to noon kind of range, we're going to get into a lag time that will start creating flanging effects. So let's see what this sounds like. Pretty subtle, isn't it? But you're getting a little more, stuff going on. Let's go ahead and increase it up to about 11 o'clock. Oh, now we're really hearing the flanging. Cool. Now, as we go from about noonish or so to about 1:30 to 2 o'clock, we're going to get into some chorusing types of sounds. Yeah. Very subtle, isn't it? But it sounds great. Let's move up a little bit further, and now we're going to get into some slapback sounds. Yeah, and if we move the lag time all the way up, we get a short delay. So far, sounding great, but I feel like I want more movement to the sound between the two tape decks. Well, we've got a knob called a wobble, and this interjects some simulated tape wobble between the two. Oh yeah, there we go. If we go all the way up, we get a lot of wobble. All right, let's try the second type on that little three-way switch. This is invert. And basically, it's going to invert the phase of the lag deck, the tape deck number 2. Let's move to the flanging setting and hear what we get. more type. For those of you who run stereo like I do, that last type is called bounce. And basically it's going to ping pong the signal back and forth between right and left. So let's check that out without any wobble and a flange type sound. Here we go. Let's do a little slapback with a stereo. And that little short delay. Oh, you want to hear some wobble on the stereo? Yeah, let's do that. Little chorus sound. Little flange. That is really cool. Now, what I want to do is throw that distortion back on the Strymon Riverside, and let's get a little dirty thing going here. Here we go. Yeah. Now, what if we combine that with a standard delay? 1, 2, 1, 2, a little dotted eighth kind of thing going. Can you hear the possibilities? All right, you're thinking, Bill, you just cheated. You used a distortion and another delay pedal. Well, let's get that delay and distortion from just the Deco. I've got saturation picked up a little bit. I've got the lag time pretty long, and let's do some dotted eighth kind of things. Here we go. So there you go, a look at the Strymon Deco version 2. Now, what if you, like me, have version 1? Well, that is an amazingly awesome pedal. It may not be worth getting version 2, or maybe sell version 1 and then, get version 2 with the proceeds. But I gotta say, that cassette voicing slaps. That thing rocks. It is really, really cool. In addition, The MIDI capability is a big plus for version 2 if you're integrating this pedal into a larger pedal board. So what do you think? Drop a comment below and let me know. Do you love it? Do you hate it? Do you think it might find a use on your pedal board? Yeah. Today it's all about the Strymon Zelzah. Let's check it out. As you can see, the Zelzah is built on Strymon's square pedal platform, and it actually is comprised of 2 different phaser circuits. There's a 4-stage phaser, let me get the numbers right there, and a 6-stage phaser. It's also capable of stereo, which is really cool for a phaser, and it also has a very robust MIDI implementation. You're not seeing any preset knobs or anything on the pedal itself, but if you're connecting it with a MIDI controller, you can store up to 300 presets. Let's talk about the 4-stage phaser first. So as you would expect, there are 4 stages or 4 filters, if you will. So that's what phasing is all about, right? It is a filter that is modulated by a low-frequency oscillator, or maybe it's oscillated by an LFO. In any case, you'll hear the classic phaser sweep up and down as I play some of the 4-stage phaser. Here we go. Yeah, that's really nice. Let me go ahead and bring the speed down so you can hear with a slow speed. I like slow speed phasers. Ooh. And you can change the time of the oscillation from, I think it's 0.1 second to 10 seconds, if I recall. That's pretty quick. And then the slowest cycle is 10 seconds. All right, pretty cool. Now there's a little 3-position switch in the middle. I've got it set to classic. So this is kind of your classic phaser. Let me go ahead and bring that depth up and you can hear that. It's classic, truly. It's really clean and kind of pristine sounding as a phaser. Now let's go ahead and check out the 2nd position. And this is a barber pole style phaser. So it has an LFO that is either continually rising or continually descending. And the default, I believe, is rising. You can switch to either direction. Here's what that sounds like. You guys know that sound, don't you? Way back in the day, I had one of the old mythical Mutron biphases, our band did, and it was a really pretty big unit. And it did this barber pole style phaser in spades, and so does the Zelzah. Make it a little less obvious there. The 3rd setting for the 4-stage phaser is an envelope setting, and this is kind of cool. It reacts to the way you play. Good for really kind of funky stuff. You see, in this case, the depth controls the threshold of the envelope. Now, I don't have a bass on me right now, but this would sound really good for a funky style bass. All right, it's time to hop over to the 6-stage phaser, and instead of 4 circuits or 4 filters, it has 6 filters. Makes sense, right? Here's a basic sound of the 6-stage phaser. Yeah, it's a different sound, isn't it, from the 4-stage phaser. Let me go ahead and bring the depth and the speed up a little bit. Yeah, really nice. Now, there are a few controls here. You saw me change the speed and the depth, and that's similar to the 4-stage. The 6-stage also has a resonance switch, which increases an emphasis on the resonance of the filter. I've got it set to off right now. Let me go ahead and set it to mild. Let's set it to strong. Kind of cool. Now, there's a little bit of magic, at least for me, in the 6-stage phaser, and that is all in the voice knob. So what happens here is as you kind of sweep through that voice knob, it actually, if I recall from Strymon, Pete from Strymon, it actually changes the timing of the filters so that by the time you get beyond 12 o'clock, you're actually getting into flanging and chorusing territory. So let me go ahead. I'm going to play a little bit and sweep that knob, and let's see what happens. We should be in flanging territory. Yeah, that is flanging-like, isn't it? Let me go ahead and slow that speed down so we can hear this slow flange. Now, if I turn on some distortion, you'll hear the flange even more accentuated. Here we go. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Let's go ahead and keep her going with some more chorusing types of effects. I've got it set to 3 o'clock. Oh, this is a really cool feature of the Zelzah. What this means is if you're a little more phaser focused in your sounds, but you need the occasional flanging and chorusing sound to be able to add into the mix, you've got it right here in one pedal. This might allow you to reduce your pedal board footprint to just this pedal instead of this pedal and a chorus or a flanger. But wait, that's not all. Not only do we have the 2 phaser sides, we can combine them. And Strymon allows you to set these 2 phasers up to run either in series, where the 6-stage phaser goes into the 4-stage phaser, or you can run them in parallel, where they both run through, the signal runs through both of them at the same time and comes out through both the right and left stereo outputs or just the mono output, depending on how you're running. Or you can run them in split mode. And so what happens then is if you're in stereo, the 4-stage phaser runs through one output and the 6-stage runs through the second output. I've got it set up to the default setting of 6-stage into 4-stage. So let's check that out a little bit. Let's go ahead and see what we got going with the 4-stage phaser first. Yeah, so nice slow phaser sweep. Now let me go ahead and add in the 6-stage phaser. So that's, the signal's going to hit 6-stage first, and then it's going to go into that slow sweep of the 4-stage. So you get the warble of the 6-stage phaser, but it's followed by that long sweep from the 4-stage phaser. You can get some really complex phasing combinations going with these two together. So how does this phaser sound with other effects? You've already heard a little bit of distortion. Let me go ahead and turn that back on, and let's listen to it a little more in depth with both the 4- and 6-stage phasers going. That's really nice. Now let me bring the speed down a little bit more, and I'm going to flip it into kind of flange mode. I like that. Now, let's try a little chorus action. We'll bring the speed up just a bit and give it a bit more depth. You know where we're going next, right? Ambient guitar channel, Chords of Orion. Yes, delay. Here's a little bit of dotted eighth action, clean guitar with both the 4- and 6-stage phaser. Phaser is running in front of the delay. Oh yeah. Now, let's go ahead and add a little distortion in there and see what we get. So there you go. Quick look at the Strymon Zelzah. What do you all think? Drop a comment below. Also, if you've got a favorite phaser that's been your trusty companion, Drop a comment below and let me know what you love. I've got the Strymon NightSky queued up for you today. It is what Strymon calls a time-warped reverberator. So yeah, it's a reverb unit and it's pretty cool. Now, it's got all the usual inputs and outputs and MIDI in and MIDI out and all that good stuff. But what I'm really interested in today are the knobs on the top. So here is my dry tone. All right, and let's go ahead and engage the NightSky with the knobs kind of in the middle kind of position and see what we get. Yeah, very nice, isn't it? But there are a lot of reverb units that can get a tone like that, and there are a lot of knobs here, so you know it does more. So the NightSky is divided into 4 major sections. Let's explore the decay section first. So the length knob is basically going to control the length of your reverb tail. That's very short, obviously. And let's go ahead and make it very long. That's pretty long. And by the way, if you're hearing volume swells, that's from a volume pedal that I have on the floor. Now, one of the things you may have noticed about that tone is that the reflections are very distinct. They're almost a little bit like delay repeats. And that is because there are 3 different reverb textures available on the pedal. I've got it set to the first one, and it's called sparse. So again, listen carefully and you're going to hear some distinct reflections going on. Okay, and that's really a little bit like a slapback delay, isn't it? Now let's go ahead and switch the texture to dense. This is going to be more like a plate reverb. Okay, and then finally we have a diffuse texture, and this is going to be really good for ambient style kind of things. This one kind of has a little bit of a bloom to it as it begins to expand out. All right, let me go ahead and turn the length up a little bit more on the diffuse, so just so you can hear that, how that one kind of gets longer. Great. All right, we're not done here in the decay section because not only do we have the decay length, we have the decay size/pitch. Let me go ahead and put it back on sparse and demonstrate this. You'll hear it very clearly. So I've got the length in the middle, but the size pitch knob is set to the shortest setting. Now, I'm not hearing very much of those sparse reflections, but if I turn size pitch all the way up, check this out. Yeah, it's almost like a delay, isn't it? And if we go to dense. All right, now we are not done with that size and pitch knob because not only can we twist the knob, but we can also change the way the pitch and size are quantized. There are 3 options. I've got it set to smooth right now. And you can hear that when I turn the size pitch knob, the pitch just changes in a very smooth way. All right, I can switch that, however, to half step, and check this out. Did you hear that? It it actually changes the pitch of what's going on in half-step increments. Now let's change that to scale and check that out. This is changing the pitch as you change the size knob, but it's according to a particular scale. And there are 8 scales available, everything from harmonic minor to whole tone to blues minor, those types of things. And you can just simply hold down that quantize button and you'll see in the middle little lights lighting up. And this allows me to change the scale of what's going on. Now we're going to come back to that in a few minutes. All right, so let's go ahead and check out the filter section next. And as you might expect, this is going to be roughly your tone controls. Right now I've got both knobs all the way counterclockwise. So I'm getting a full range reverb. Now, if I bring the low cut up, check this out. Right? I'm cutting out the low frequencies. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the high cut up. And guess what that's going to do? Yes. You can get very muffled sounding reverbs. Now, there are 2 filter modes. I've got it on regenerate or regen, but I can also set it to low pass, and this actually creates a low pass filter kind of situation, which is kind of synthesizer-ish. Can you hear that? Let me play it again. So one of the cool things you could do there if you wanted to hook up an expression pedal is assign the expression pedal to that knob, and you could sweep the low pass filter through different frequencies to really change the tonal characteristic of your reverb. All right, the third component we're going to look at is called voice, and right in the middle of that section is a knob labeled shimmer, so you can guess what this is going to do, and that's right, we're going to get some shimmer capabilities. Let's go ahead and add in a classic shimmer sound. Yeah, very nice. Now, there's 2 kinds of shimmer here. Or 2 kinds of voicing for the shimmer. One is called input, and that's what I've got it on now. And that's where the input signal is pitch shifted as it goes into the reverb. But you can also add pitch shifting to the reverb regeneration as the reverb tail continues. And that gets you that very classic shimmer kind of thing going here. We'll bring that up so it's more apparent. Yeah, pretty cool. Now you do have different pitches available. Here is the octave below. Very nice. And if we add some distortion on that, it's also very nice. And I personally like the perfect fifth above. Now, I feel like I want to add a little bit of delay in on that one, so I've got a delay unit on the floor also. Here it is with just the delay, and I'm going to bring that reverb back in. You can, so combine the NightSky with a nice delay pedal, and oh boy, you've got some really great capabilities. All right, we're not done with shimmer yet, because not only do we have shimmer, but we also have glimmer, and this affects the harmonic content of the pitch shifting. So here we are with no glimmer. Let me make that an octave above. Let's add some glimmer in. Ooh, yeah. So glimmer has a high setting where it really emphasizes the high harmonics. And it has a low. Where it's really affecting lower or a series of harmonics. So you've got a lot of options there. And there's also even a drive section where you can add distortion to the reverb itself. And this runs independent of the shimmer. Now you can apply the distortion to the input, in other words, the signal going into the reverb, or you can apply the drive after the reverb. And in case you're thinking, man, that's a lot of drive, there's a secondary knob that allows you to adjust the level of drive. All right, the fourth section is called mod, and this is going to be your modulation section. And as you can see, there's speed and depth available to you. So if we bring up speed and depth, you're going to hear some modulation in the reverb. But as you might expect, it's a lot more flexible than just the speed and depth. There is a target target switch, I should say, that allows you to determine what you're targeting to be modulated. I've got it set to the reverb itself. Okay, so the reverb is being modulated, but I can also set it to pitch, and this relates to that size and pitch knob, and you're going to hear it modulating through the scale that I've got set. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's try some distortion on that. So you can get some pretty bizarre sounds with that, modulating the pitch. You can also modulate the filter. And Strymon says that's the same thing as if you, I believe it's the high cut knob, you're just kind of twisting it by, with your hand. So it's actually modulating the tonality of the reverb itself. And there are different modulation shapes. You've got triangle, sawtooth, square, random, etc. There's even a setting for an envelope filter, so the modulation occurs depending on how hard or soft you play the guitar. There are a bunch of other features, and I don't have time to show them all to you, but I would like to show you the infinite feature, and this is really great. It allows you to capture a slice of the reverb so you can play over top of it. So let me just go ahead and play a couple notes here, and I'm going to push this infinite knob to capture it, and then I'm going to turn on some delay and play over top of it. Here we go. Strymon Compadre. It's really putting the squeeze on the competition. Oh no, I did it again! All right, guys, it's May 2020 and Strymon has just released the Compadre. I gotta tell you, as soon as I heard about it, I went ahead and pre-ordered it. Yes, I purchased this one. What I'd like to do on this video is walk through the features and sounds together. So before I get into the pedal, let's talk about my unaffected sound or my uncompressed sound. Here's what it is. And I'm using the Strymon Iridium with the Fender amp model. I've also got a Morley volume pedal set up because I'll be doing some volume swells, and I've got a delay. It's the Strymon Dig setup. Okay, so that's my basic sound. So if you're familiar with compressors, you know that they squish the dynamic range of your guitar's signal, and the Compadre is no exception to that. It does some really nice squishing. But the Compadre has, in addition to the compressor unit, also a clean boost and a dirty boost unit that you can combine with the compressor. All right, so let's go ahead and check out the compressor side. If you kind of take a look at it here, you'll see that there are two compressor types. There is a studio compressor, which is a more subtle type of compression. And then there is the squeeze compressor, which is a lot more like that classic MXR squishy, spongy sounding compressor, if that makes sense. So let me go ahead and set it up for the studio compressor, which is already there. Okay, let me turn the compressor on. Doesn't sound a lot different, does it? It sounds pretty much the same. Compressor level is all the way down, so it's a minimal amount of compression. In addition, I've got the level set to 12 o'clock, which is kind of equivalent to the uncompressed level. Okay, so that's the first thing to note. With a little bit of care, you can really equalize the level between your uncompressed and compressed tone. Second, you'll note that there is a dry knob, and this allows you to mix in some dry signal with the compressed signal so that when you start squishing your dynamic range, you can still bring in the attack of your dry signal. So you can still hear the attack of my strings here. Let me turn it off here. Very similar sounding. All right, let's go ahead and bring the compressor up to about noon, so about halfway on the studio compressor, and let's hear what the difference is. Now, it doesn't necessarily sound a lot different at this point. It's pretty subtle. But let me go ahead and play that chord again, and what I'll do is turn off or bypass the compressor and bring it back in to show you the difference of what's going on. Can you hear that? If you can't hear it, get your headphones, earbuds, put this video on some good speakers, because when I turn that compressor on, it doesn't really raise the volume, but it raises the body of the tone. Okay, so that's one of the great things about the compressor. And this compressor in particular, again, you can very easily equalize it with your uncompressed tone. And when you need that extra body and sustain, you can just bring in the compressor for that aspect of your tone. There's the compressed sound. Here's the uncompressed sound. You can hear that the transients of my string, so the attack is just about the same in volume. But the body of the tone is a lot thicker. Now let me go ahead and bring that knob all the way up so we can hear the difference. Here we go. So as you can hear, there's a lot more sustain going on than with the uncompressed signal. Let me go ahead and bypass the compressor so you can hear the difference. Again, I hope you have headphones or earbuds so you can hear that. It's a significant difference. It's not a big difference, again, in the volume of the attack. The difference is in the body of the tone. It just gets thick, it gets juicy, as it were, and you get a lot more sustain. That is really great, especially for volume swells. Now let me go ahead and bring in my delay, and let me play a couple of volume swells without the compressor, and then I'll bring it in, and we'll see what the difference is. Okay, not bad, but let's bring in the compressor. Here we go. Isn't that cool? So much more body, so much more sustain for playing volume swells. If you're an ambient guitarist like I am and you use a volume pedal a lot, this kind of compressor is a really important piece of the signal chain to give you very smooth sounding volume swells. All right, I've switched the Compadre to the squeeze style compressor. Let's take a listen to that with the compression knob turned all the way down, so minimal compression. Pretty close to the uncompressed. But even all the way down, there's still a little bit of body. Let me go ahead and bring the squeeze up to 12 o'clock. Let's see what we get here. Now that is a lot more aggressive in terms of the compression. Listen to the attack of my string and how the note kind of blooms underneath. Oh yeah, that's a lot of sustain going on there. Let me turn the Compadre off. Yeah. There you go. When you turn the, it sounds like the string has died out, but turn the Compadre on and you'll find out, oh, I still have signal going on. So this is a really aggressive kind of compressor. It's really good for kind of that squishy, boingy kind of sounds, you know, that you might play on a Telecaster, for example. Yeah, for that kind of chicken picking kind of sound. But still, if I turn the compressor off, because of that dry mix, I still get some level of transient attack, which is really, really nice. Now let's turn the knob all the way up on squeeze and see what we get. Yeah, can you hear that? You can hear the compressor just brings that note up. That's full on, like super squished compression, but it's still really usable. Now let's check that out with some volume swells. Oh yeah, if I were playing an entire song with just volume swells, I would consider using the squeeze mode and maybe not crank it all the way up, but I would crank it pretty far up just to get that extra sustain as I'm chopping off the attack with the volume pedal. All right, that's the compressor side of the house. Let's move over to the boost side. If you recall, I said there's a clean and dirty boost. I've got it set to clean boost right now, and you'll note that there are 3 boost EQ modes. There's treble, mid, and flat. I've got it set to treble right now. Here's my dry sound again, no compression, just dry. Let me turn on the treble boost at the lowest level. So you can hear it really changes the EQ curve. Let me go ahead and bring the boost up to noon. Bring it all the way up. Now, I don't know how many dB of boost that is. I guess I should have looked it up in the manual, but it's a pretty good amount of boost there. And if you happen to be running an amp that's kind of on the edge of breakup, you can use a boost to kind of really push it over the edge. And if you're using an amp that's maybe a little mellow and you want to give it that bright edge, you can use in particular a treble boost for that. Let's go ahead and try the mid boost. Here's the lowest level sound of that. And you can hear the mids are kind of coming forward when I hit that boost. Let's bring that up to noon. Yeah, that really brings the mids up. Let's go ahead and crank it all the way up. And you can hear it's pushing the front end of the Iridium. Yeah, pretty cool. Let's go ahead and try flat and see what we get. Here's the minimal amount of boost. Here it is off. There's not too much of a difference, although to me it sounds like it's scooping the mids just a little bit. I could be wrong on that, but that's kind of what I'm hearing. Let's check it out at noon. I feel like it's just scooping the mids, or maybe it's just bringing up the lows and the highs a little bit, which is kind of the same effect. Let me go ahead and bring it all the way up. Ooh, I kind of like that a lot. Woo! Now let's go ahead and bring in some studio compressor with that tone. Yeah, that's really nice. You can hear the compressor is squishing the boosted signal. Again, that's going to make it really nice for volume swells. Try the mid on that. Yeah, I like that a lot. All right, guys, now we got to talk dirty boost. This is a pretty cool feature. Got it set up on the treble boost. Here is the clean. Here is treble boost all the way down. Yeah, we dropped out the lows, but you can hear there's a little crispiness going on. Let me bring it halfway up here. Now, one thing I want to mention is that if I turn it off, I'm pretty much at the same gain level, at the volume level, I should say. Which is really nice if you're looking to get a dirty boosted sound, but don't necessarily want to boost the actual volume of the signal. Here's treble boost all the way up. Now, will it clean up if I roll the volume knob down on my guitar? And it does. That's a cool sound. Now I want to add some compressor in and see what we get with the treble boost. Is cool. I'm ready for the mids. Just the boost, no compressor, mid boost that is. Here we go. You can hear that we've got actually quite a bit of breakup, right? Here's a clean. Let's go ahead and bring that mid boost halfway up. It's got a little bit of a Marshall-y vibe, doesn't it? Even though I have the Iridium on the Fender amp model. Let me go ahead and bring that boost all the way up. Yeah, that's a nice sound. Now, let's bring in some compressor on that. Very nice. I'm going to go ahead and bring that up. Actually, I'm going to switch it to the squeeze and see what we get. Is really nice. Now, for me, that could almost take the place of a distortion pedal because that's the kind of tonality that I like to go for. But wait, we're not done. We need to check out the flat boost. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll turn the compressor off, and here is our lowest level flat dirty boost. very close in tonality to the dry signal, but it's boosted and a little crispy. Let's go ahead and bring that up. You can hear how the tonality of the dry signal is pretty much being retained, and if we turn it all the way up, yeah, now that dirty flat boost really does seem to be pretty flat in terms of comparing it to the dry tone. I really like that a lot. Now let's go ahead and try some compression on that. I've got it set back to the studio compressor. Let's see what we get. I love this pedal. This is probably going to overtake the Wampler Ego on my pedal board. And I love the Wampler Ego, but it has so many great features. Now, there is another question to be considered with the Compadre, and that is it worth the money? This is not a cheap pedal. And I really can't answer that for you. There is no absolute answer. But what I would say for me, as I think about the Compadre, having paid for it, I get two kinds of compressors. I get the studio and squeeze. I get easy matching of dry and wet levels. I get to add in my dry signal to retain my transients. I get treble, mid, and flat boost in both clean and dirty versions. And I didn't talk about it before, but there's also a MIDI port that you can use to create different presets if you're incorporating it into a larger pedal board. I think for me, when I consider all these features and the great sound, I think it's worth the money. But again, I can't answer that for you. You'll have to be the judge of that for your sound and your rig. Oh my! It's the Strymon Iridium. Let's check it out. That's right, friends. I have been waiting and waiting to see if Strymon would get into the amp modeling and speaker cab sim game. And they have done it with the Iridium. So I'm going to kind of go through the controls, but I want to start off by just playing some sounds. So this is my unaffected dry guitar sound direct into the computer. Not a bad sound, but it doesn't sound like a guitar amp, does it? So this is where the Iridium comes in. So first up, let me draw your attention to this little switch right here on the left-hand side of the center. That is the amp selector switch. You will find three options. You will find round, chime, and punch. So round is a Fender Deluxe Reverb. Chime is, yep, you guessed it, a Vox AC30 model. And of course, punch is, come on, you know what it is. It's a Marshall, yeah. So let me go ahead and turn this thing on. I've got it set to, there we go, the round guitar amplifier. And here's what that sounds like. Just pretty much with everything right in the middle, pretty clean. I'm going to turn that off for a minute. Here's what it is without the amp model. And with the round amp. Okay, not only do you get three amp models, you get 3 different cab impulse responses or cab simulations per amp model. So that's 3 amp models with 3 cab simulations per model. So that equals 9 cabinet simulations. All right, and that's that little switch here to the right. So we're listening to the round amp with cab sim number 1. Whoops, there we go. Let me flip it to cab sim number 2. So quite a big difference. Let's try cab sim number 3 for the round amp. Ooh, yeah, that one is a lot mellower, isn't it? Try this again. Yeah, you can hear that mellowness. All right, I should have done my homework better and have had all the cab IRs memorized, but I don't. So you can look them up on the Strymon website, but it's pretty cool. So one thing a couple things I should mention about these IRs is Strymon says they are extremely high quality impulse responses, 500 milliseconds, and not only that, they're stereo impulse responses. And I am running this pedal right now in stereo. So if you've got a set of headphones on, you will hear a little bit of a stereo separation there. All right, so those are the 3 cab sims for the round amp model. Before we start delving into tone controls and this drive knob, let's check out the chime. So again, here's round. Let me switch it to chime. Oh yeah. Definitely a Vox kind of sound. It reminds me of some of the old Vox amps I had the pleasure of playing when I was a young lad way back in the day. Now, this is speaker cab number 1. Let's try number 2, or as it's labeled, B. I should have said A, B, and C, but I said 1, 2, and 3, but you get the drift. Let's try C, or number 3. Yeah, that one's got more of a scooped mid sound, doesn't it? Really, really nice. I like it. All right, you ready to try some punch? Yeah, I am too. Now, I can tell you, I believe that cab sim A is a 4x12 closed back, if I recall. And it might be greenbacks, Celestion greenbacks, but some kind of Celestion speaker. And you can hear that low end from the closed back 4x12 speaker cabinet. All right, let's try B. Little more balanced. And if I recall, I think that might be a 2x12 with V30s. All right, let's try speaker sim C for the punch. let's head back to the round amp. And again, here's what that sounds like. And let's start playing around with some of the knobs. First off, let's talk about the middle. So this one's interesting. It does affect the mids as you would expect. So if I pull the mids all the way down, yeah. But Strymon says if you crank the mids all the way up, you get a tweed type of a tone. Yeah, kind of cool. Let me go ahead and bring the bass down. So a responsive bass control, but I should point out that it's meant to model the actual amplifier bass control. So it's not maybe as profound as you might think that it might be. But lots of variation there. Let's bring up the treble. Okay, and Strymon says that on the round amp that they've modeled the normal channel of the deluxe reverb, not the bright channel. And specifically, so it would take pedals a little bit better. All right, let's bring up the drive and see what we get. Strymon says if you increase the drive to about 2 o'clock, where I've got it right now, that's equivalent to diming the volume on the amp. Yeah, really, really nice tone. Let me pull down the volume control on the guitar. And it cleans up as you would expect. Now I'm only at 2 o'clock. What about those other positions? Well, Strymon says that what they've modeled here is kind of a hot rod circuit to give it more gain than you would normally find in the real amplifier. Now this is an ambient guitar channel. What if I put some delay on that? I just happen to have a Strymon dig in the effect chain. Let's check that out. That's really, really nice. At least I think it's really nice. You want to try some chime and dime the chime? Let's give her a go. So I'll leave all the, actually, I'm going to move the middle to the center and leave everything else the same. Let's see what we get. You can hear how much of a difference the IR makes when you begin to really get a high gain sound. All right, now on the chime amp, the response is a little bit different. The mid knob or the middle knob actually acts like a treble cut, which is on the AC30. So if you bring it up, you're actually going to cut some of the treble. It's kind of in the presence kind of range, if I recall. And again, Strymon says about 2 o'clock for the kind of historic amp gain structure. And then if you bring it up above, you get into a hot rod circuit. And I believe, if I recall, they said it's a treble booster involved in that, which is kind of a classic Vox combination. Really nice. And again, of course, it cleans up. You know, want to try some punch? Yeah, I do too. Let's check that out. We'll bring everything up. Here's the punch. Again, with the volume set to around 2 o'clock. This would be the kind of normal gain of the real Marshall amp. I really like that speaker cab IR. It's really got that 4x12 closed back thing going. Let me go ahead and dime the gain here. And of course, since it's a Marshall, I love kind of bumping up the mids on the Marshall tone. And let's try one of the other cab sims. Now, if you're me and you're playing lead, you're going to roll your tone knob all the way down. You're going to dime the gain. You're going to bring up your mids. You're going to bring the bass down a little bit and maybe the treble up just a little bit. And you're going to add a little bit of delay and you're going to do this. All right, I've set it back to the round amp and the A cab, kind of that default position. Again, here's what this kind of clean sound sounds like. All right, so there's one other knob here we really haven't covered, and that's the room knob. So there's yet another impulse response, and that is of a room. And you can actually set it to a small room, a medium-sized room, or a large room. So let's bring it up halfway. I've got it set right now to a small room. So I really like the small room a lot. The medium is great. The large room is great too, but I really like the small room personally, and just kind of dial in just a little bit. It gives the overall tone just a little more body and fullness. Now, that's good for me. I'm typically recording. In my mix, I'm going to add some kind of reverb anyhow, so I don't need a lot of room, but I do really I do really like that fullness of the tone. It's really nice. And with just a small amount of room, it doesn't really get in the way of a delay. So let's talk about the features on the front of the pedal. There's an input jack, and that can either be mono or it can be stereo if you've got a TRS splitter cable. There's also a switch that allows you to adjust the routing of the signal. So you can do a mono signal in, or you can do a stereo signal in. So that's basically, stereo pass-through all the way, and that includes the room effect, the reverb effect. It's in stereo, and then also obviously the stereo amps. There, as you would expect, there's left and right outputs. There's also an expression jack, and you can map any one control to the expression pedal. You can also use that expression jack to connect to a MIDI controller and store up to 300 presets. That's pretty cool. I gotta tell you, I really, really do like this pedal. It's got such a really great organic, if I can use that term, amp sound. I really think those cabinet impulse responses are such high quality IRs. I don't know, they sound very realistic to me, and I really like the amp model response also. It reminds me of the tube amps that I currently own and some of the tube amps that I've owned in the past. And I've got it set to chime right now. I'm going to set it back to round. I used to own a deluxe reverb. It was about a 1978 deluxe reverb. This is modeled after an older one, but I need to learn how to play guitar. But as I was saying, it really responds very much like I remember that old late 70s deluxe. Oh yeah, the Strymon Volante. The Volante is what Strymon calls a magnetic echo machine, and there are three basic types of echoes. There's a drum echo, which is kind of like that Benson Echo Rex style, and then there's a tape echo, which is more like an echoplex, at least that's what it sounds like to me, and then the studio echo is more like a higher quality studio tape machine. I don't want to just walk through the controls, it would take too long, so I want to play through some of the controls, and here is my unaffected tone on the guitar. All right, just a Fenderish kind of thing. Here is the Volante with a basic drum echo sound. Here we go. Okay, and it's not, you can tell, it's kind of muffled, it's kind of funky, it's definitely off in that Benson direction. Now you might be thinking, hey, where are the repeats? Well, it's really interesting on the Volante. In the middle here,
you'll see a time area with two rows of 4 little push buttons. So total of 8. I did pass math in school. The top row represent tape heads. And as you can see, I've got it on tape head number 4. The bottom row of 4 represents different increments of repeats. So let me go ahead and turn on 4 for the repeats, and let's hear some repeating going on. Yeah, kind of nice. Now, one of the great things about these buttons is that you can combine them in different groupings for different types of echoes and then repeats. So let me go ahead and turn on 1. So I've got 1, which, as you might expect, is a much shorter delay, 4, tape head number 4, and then repeats at 4, which will be the longer repeats. Check this out. So let's turn on some more repeats here. Let's get 2 going. So 1, 4 tape heads, 2, 4 repeats. Oh yeah. Let's do some volume swells. Yes, I have a volume pedal on the floor. That's kind of getting off a little bit into the reverb territory, isn't it? Along with the echoes. Let's try them all on just for grins. Because I don't have time to do all the combinations. Here we go with some swells. Pretty cool. All right, so you might be thinking, oh, okay, that's a fairly short echo delay time and repeats. Can you get longer? And the answer is yes, you can. There is a speed switch where you have normal, double, and half. I've just turned it to half. And I'm going to turn the time all the way up. It should give us up to 4 seconds of delay. Let's check that out. And if I turn everything off except for number 4 playback head and number 4 repeat, here's what we get. Let's go ahead and try the other echo types. First, maybe second up would be the tape echo type. Here we go. You can hear there's a little bit more high end. Let me turn it back to that drum. Yeah, a little less there. Let's go ahead and try the studio. So this will be the fresh tape. Yeah. Nice. Now, what can we do from here? Well, we've got some interesting controls. First off, we have a low cut knob, and this allows us to roll off the low end of the repeats. Check this out. Actually, let me turn it all the way up so you can hear it. Hear how the low end just kind of rolls off. Now, one of the great things about the Volante is that it doesn't go crazy. So some tape style delays that I've worked with, they have a low cut that just is kind of harsh sounding, if you know what I mean. This, even as the low end rolls off, it's really kind of mellow. It actually reminds me much more of a real tape echo than some of the other units. Next up for modifying the characteristics of your echo is mechanics. And this introduces simulated mechanical inconsistencies, I should say. I guess I'll say in a tape deck or in an echo unit. Here's what it sounds like turned all the way up. Again, one of the great things about the mechanics is it doesn't get too out there. Okay, even when it's all the way up. It is off in the direction of the Capistan, so if you're familiar with that Strymon unit, you'll kind of recognize what's going on here. Another way to modify the characteristic of your echo and the repeats is to change the record level, and this simulates actually the record input on a tape deck or an echo unit. I've had it all the way down, so it's pretty clean sounding, but if I bring it up, and I'm going to bring the echo level down to compensate, here's what we get. Yeah, so you can hear some crunchiness going on in the delay and in the repeats. Let me turn it all the way up. I wouldn't use it all the time, but it is a cool effect. And that brings me to the last of the 4 characteristic knobs. Sorry, I got to watch this mic here. And that is wear. So this simulates fresh versus old tape. So here's the fresh tape setting, which is what I've been using. Okay, not bad. Let me turn it all the way up so we get the maximum amount of wear. Yeah, so you can hear it kind of really rolls that top end off. And if you combine that with the record input to get a little distortion in the delays, here's what you get. I like that a lot. So you can control the top end of your distorted delay with the wear knob. Pretty cool. There's another knob we need to talk about, and that is spacing, and it lies to the right, my right, your left maybe, of the playback and the feedback buttons in the middle. And this allows you to switch between even spacing, triplets, golden ratio, and silver ratio. And the cool thing is it's a continuous knob, so you can kind of morph in between those 4 options. Here is the even spacing, which is what I've been using thus far. Okay, let's go ahead and switch to triplets. So you can hear that triplet thing, da-da-da, right? All right, let's try the golden ratio. And this one gets a lot more complex if you add more playback heads and feedback settings. That one really has kind of a gallop feel to it, doesn't it? Let's try the silver ratio. Yeah, that one's going to be hard to play too, I think. I think some of these are better for volume swells because they just kind of fill in all over the place with the delays and the repeats. And there's one more little knob on the lower right-hand corner, and that is a spring reverb. Yes, there is actually a spring reverb built into this unit. Let's check that out. Yeah, kind of cool. It's pretty simple. The length of the spring reverb is adjustable via a secondary function, but let's go ahead and add in some delays. Welcome to Ambient Guitar Gear Review. You've just been listening to the Strymon Sunset Overdrive. I gotta tell you, I've really been looking forward to this review because this thing is awesome. What I'd like to do is take a little time to cover the controls and features of the Overdrive, and then I'm going to play a bunch of demos for you. The video is probably going to be a little bit long, so I will include some time indexes so you can easily skip around. All right, let's get to work. Controls and features. Okay, I've got a cheat sheet just to make sure I don't misspeak. All right. So the Sunset is an overdrive that actually has 6 different circuits built into it, 4 different overdrives and 2 booster circuits. And these 6 circuits are split up into 2 drive channels, as you can see on the unit itself. So there are 2 bypass switches. All right, so let's talk about those 6. On drive channel A, we have the GE type, which is a germanium diode type of overdrive. And it includes dry parallel path. So it's really an interesting sound. You've got the kind of that fuzzy germanium kind of overdrive sound with a dry thing going on underneath. The middle selection is the Texas drive, and that is a single stage soft clipper with a mid bump. So guess what that's trying to emulate a little bit of with that mid-range bump. I'll let you figure that one out. And then finally on drive A, we've got a treble booster. So that's clean boost. And the thing that's interesting is the tone knob here, in addition to accentuating the highs, also will drop out the lows as you bring that tone knob down. Okay, on drive channel 2, the 3 types are 2-stage, so there's a 2-stage overdrive. It's pretty cool. That includes a soft clipping stage followed by a hard clipping stage, and you can really hear that when you're running that particular type. In the middle is a hard overdrive type, and that's simply a high-gain, single-stage, hard clipping circuit. So that's kind of your classic, kind of heavy overdrive stage. And then finally, at the bottom of the selector switch is the JFET. And this is a clean booster that you can use to raise the level and add a bit of warmth. All right. So those are the 6 types. Let's talk about the rest of the controls real quickly. There's a level, drive, and tone knob for both the A channel and the B channel. And of course, the selector switches for A and B that'll let you select in between all those different drives that I just talked about, obviously the bypass switches. On the front panel, we've got a 9-volt adapter jack, obviously. We also have an expression pedal, so when that's active, you can set the boundaries of any of the knobs that you want, and the expression pedal can control them. There's also a presence switch on the front that it works much the same way as the presence knob on an amp. It's just a 3-way selector, so you can kind of play with that to get the tonal quality as close as you can to your amp. Okay, and then finally, there are some switches that allow you to change the order of the 2 drive channels. You can run drive A and drive B in parallel, and they'll just run together without mixing the signals from one into the other. The other 2 options you have are to run drive A into drive B, so that's in series, or you can flip that and run drive B into drive A. Let me just turn on drive A. I've got it set to the germanium type, and let's just get a quick listen to what that sounds like. Okay, pretty nice. Let's try the Texas. Here we go. Whoop, let me bring up the volume. That's nice too. All right, let's try that treble booster. Again, we're still on drive channel A. Here's my clean sound, by the way. Pretty trebly, however, I get a lot of extra oomph, and now when I bring the tone up, you can really hear it drops the low end out of the signal. Bring that down some. All right, so let's try drive channel B, and let's go first with the 2-stage. Bring the drive level, yeah, let's keep the level in the middle there. You can hear that that's a little more compressed compared to, let's try the Texas on drive A. Okay, so you can hear it's a lot more squeezed. Which makes sense, it's 2 stages of drive. Let's try the hard in the middle. And that's similar to the 2-stage, but because it just has the single stage, it doesn't have the soft clipping into the hard clipping, or whichever way it is, you can hear it's less compressed. All right, let's try, finally, the JFET Clean Boost. And one of the things this setting is great for is just pushing the input of your amp to get a little more crunch out of your amp. All right, so that's a quick run through of the 6 types. What I'd like to do now is just play some more demos. So I'm going to set the Sunset up in several different ways and let you hear what it sounds like. I'm going to play pretty much dry, but I'm going to also add some delay. Here we go. like that. Welcome to Ambient Guitar Gear Review. On today's video, I'd like to look at the, wait for it, Strymon Riverside Multistage Drive, a truly incredible overdrive pedal that combines an analog circuit with digital modeling. Can't wait to demo this one for you. What I'm going to do is go through the features and controls, talk about the drive a little bit, and then we'll get into some demos. This video will be somewhat long, so I will provide some time markers here for you so you can skip around on the video easily. I'll also put them in the video description. With that, let's get to work. All right, here's a close-up of the Riverside. Again, this unit combines an analog circuit, a JFET circuit, with digital DSP to produce its overdrive tones. Strymon says that as you adjust the controls, that the DSP works in conjunction with the analog circuit to automatically tune the overall tone stack, gain stages, etc. of the overdrive to optimize it for whatever your settings are. And you can really hear it as you use this unit. What I'd like to do now is just review the controls. On the upper left-hand side, we have the drive knob. It does exactly what you would expect, reduces or lowers the amount of drive in the circuit. In conjunction with drive, there's also a gain switch right here, this little guy. And that allows you to set the gain staging to low or high. So it's kind of analogous to adding or removing stages of gain in an amp or analog overdrive circuit. We also have a push switch that really adjusts the overall tonality of the circuit. It's either the upper selection is normal, and if you push it down, it emphasizes the mids. The next big knob over here is the overall level knob. This will allow you to balance out the Riverside with your clean tone. The three knobs here in the middle are probably what you expect: bass, middle, and treble, and they are very, very responsive. We also have an on-off switch, and it is true bypass, and we have a switch for a favorite, which is kind of cool. You can set the drive up the way you'd like it, press and hold the favorite switch, and it will store that preset so you can kind of have a two selection kind of setting, maybe mild overdrive and then a lead tone. And then on the front of the drive, so I'll just show you the manual instead of moving the Riverside, there are a few different controls that you have available. From, let's see, we'll go left to right. We have the in control, in jack, as you would expect. We have the out jack. We have a presence setting up here. So it kind of works like an amp presence setting. Instead of being continuously variable, there we go, it is a 3-position selector switch. There's also a boost jack where you can plug in an external pedal to give you additional boost. So you just hit the pedal, it amps up the boost, turn off the pedal, boost goes down. There's also an expression pedal jack, and you can assign any control on the Riverside to that expression pedal. So that's pretty cool. And then finally, the power, and there is an included 9-volt power adapter. All right, so what I'd like to do now is get into some sounds. Let's do it. All right, so here is my clean tone. Okay, so it's basically a Fender Deluxe Reverb kind of a tone. And I'm on the bridge pickup, and I did add just a little bit of room reverb, just so it wasn't so dry sounding. All right, so let's get into the Riverside, check out some of these sounds here real quick. So I've got everything set up pretty much in the kind of out-of-the-box positions. Middle knobs are all in the middle. Gain is at low. Push is at normal. Let's check it out here. Okay, so pretty cool sound. Let me bring that drive down here. Okay, so you can hear with the drive, especially when you're in the low gain setting, when you bring that drive down, you get a pretty clean sound. Just a little bit of breakup. So that's lesson number 1. You can use this in a low setting for really kind of general tonal use. And then as you increase the drive, it feels kind of like an amp as you're increasing that drive. It really does. And one of the cool things is you would expect on a high-end drive like this, as you lower the volume on your guitar, the tone will, the gain, the overdrive, will clean right up, kind of as you would expect on a good tube amp. And that's another thing, it's very touch sensitive. So pretty cool there. Let's play around with just a couple of the knobs here in general. I'm going to pull that back down. Let's listen to the difference between low and high gain with the knob in the middle, the drive knob. Low gain, so let's switch it to high. So it's kind of like switching from the normal to the lead channel on a good tube amp. Let me pull the gain, the drive up pretty far here, and let's hear what the lead tone is. Sorry for the crappy playing, but you get the picture. All right, so let's take it down back to the low gain, and let's play around with the push a little bit. So we're back to kind of our default standard tone. All right, let me push it now. With the push, we'll go to mid. So you can hear we're getting additional boost, if you will, in that mid-range frequency. And the high gain. Okay, so there's a lot of tonal variety without even hitting the various tone knobs. So let's check them out next. We'll put the push back in normal. So here's our default sound again. Let's bring up the bass. Bring the bass all the way down. Let's try the mid. Pretty cool. Lots of usable tonal variety here. Let's try the treble. One way I like to use drives like this is to really crank the mids, lower the bass a little bit, maybe leave the treble about in the middle. This actually reminds me of my THD univalve amp that I used to own with a vintage French 6V6 GT tube in it. Yeah, and you're thinking, Bill, you're a real geek. But yeah, when I had that univalve, I used to collect tubes and check out the tonalities. This really reminds me of an old vintage 6V6 tube. Especially that. All right, so let's go to high gain with some of these tone controls. Pretty cool. Now, let's see. Can we do the scooped mid thing here? Let's try that. See what we get. Okay, I'm not going to play any more of that and make a fool out of myself. You guys that know how to play some of the heavier styles of music, you can kind of figure out what that's going to sound like. But, you know, it's pretty cool. So it's got a lot of different tones in it. So let's check out the favorite switch. So I'm going to set everything down to kind of we'll do the mids, but kind of a fairly clean setting. So let's say I'm playing a song and this is my rhythm tone. Okay, and I'm coming up to the big lead part. I can hit my favorite switch and... Then I can add in some delay. Yeah, I gotta add in delay. Then I can go back to my... Pretty cool. Lots of flexibility there, and we haven't even gotten into presence, expression pedal, boost, and all the rest. So what I like to do now is take the Strymon manual. Let me pull it up here so you can see it. There we go. And we've got 6 settings there. I'm just going to run through all 6 real quick. I'm not going to say anything. Just going to run through each one to give you a feel for some of the ways that Strymon suggests potentially setting up the pedal for different sounds. So let's get to that.
Well, there you have it, the Strymon Riverside multi-stage drive. This box has tonal complexity and depth. It has amazing gain staging. It has just lots and lots of different features on it. It is an ideal drive, in my opinion, for any ambient guitarist to consider. And, actually, I'd have to say any electric guitarist to consider. It blows me away. Highly recommend you check it out.
The Strymon Dig is a dual delay. There's a primary delay and a secondary delay that can either be synced in different rhythmic patterns with the primary first delay, or can be set to roam freely. So anyhow, let's go ahead and look at the features of the device and see what it's all about. First of all, what I'd like to do is play you a clean tone on my guitar just so you get a feel for it. And then next, let's just take a brief look at the two buttons at the bottom of the Dig. Button on the left is a typical tap button, so you can set your tap tempo with that by just stomping on it. The button on the right is the bypass that turns the delay on or off. Let me go ahead and turn it on real quick. All right, just a kind of a standard sounding, nice, clean delay. The knob, upper left-hand corner, is your primary time knob for delay 1. So if it's all the way to the left, no delay. All the way to the right, 1.6 seconds of delay. Okay. The little switch next to the time knob is labeled mod for modulation, and that has 3 positions: off, light, or deep. And let's take a listen to that. So if it's off, the delay basically is a mono delay, as you can hear. If we turn mod on, first to light, you start getting some chorusing going. And there's some stereo in terms of the image. And the deep just kind of makes it even more. All right. I'm going to go ahead and switch it back to off, so it'll be mono for a moment. The switch next to mod is for the delay type. There are 3 voices: 24/96, ADM, and 12-bit. 24/96 is a clean, kind of a clean, mellowish kind of delay. That's what you've been listening to. If we switch it to the middle position, ADM, this is supposed to be an early 80s kind of model, more percussive, a little brighter. And you can hear that. There's a little more brightness going on. And then finally, the 12-bit is supposed to be a mid-80s type of delay, and it is a little warmer and a little darker. And I think it's a little dirty, actually, if you push it. I'm going to flip this back to 24/96. The big knob on the right is your mix knob for delay 1. So all the way to the left is all dry. All the way to the right is all wet. In the middle, obviously, both. All right, I'm going to mix this up a little bit. Yeah, I like that. All right, so let's move on to delay number 2. So delay number 2 are these 3 smaller knobs, really controls it. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, the two knobs. In the middle, let's talk about that first. The middle is repeats. So this is a master knob for how many repeats the delay, how many times the delay repeats. right, so just one repeat and lots of repeats. Basically, if you set it up right, you can kind of get infinite repeats going on. Put it back in the middle. Okay, back to delay 2. So interesting, delay 2 has a mix knob on the right-hand side. So I'm going to bring this about halfway up. Yeah, about right there. So we'll be able to hear it. And then the really, I guess the magic part comes over here on the left-hand side with time 2. As I mentioned, the time setting for delay 2 can either be synchronized with delay 1 or set to range freely independently of delay number 1. So right now we're in sync mode, which is the default, and there are several different subdivisions. There's a triplet, an eighth, golden ratio, dotted eighth, and dotted quarter. So let me play through them real quickly. All the way to the left is the triplet. So let me let you hear that. So can you hear that? What that's doing? Let me go ahead and put it on modulation so it's a little wider. So you can hear there's a triplet going on after the initial delay. All right, let's move to the next one. The next one is an eighth. That's going to be about right there. Sorry, I can't quite see the left-hand side of the knob the way I'm sitting. All right, and this is a little more classic. Actually, let me go ahead and set the tap tempo. There we go, that's better. Pretty classic sounding eighth kind of, eighth delay kind of thing. All right, next is the golden ratio. I had to look up golden ratio. I'm going to include a link to the Wikipedia article in the video description below. Basically, it creates a very interesting kind of pattern. Let's check it out here. A little different too. All right, let's move on to the dotted eighth. Pretty classic sound. You know what band that is? So do I. All right, finally, the dotted quarter. This is also interesting. like that one. All right, these are the basic controls. It's not too difficult, is it? But there's a lot you can do with it. So if we kind of increase the time a little bit, go here. Yeah, let's stick to golden ratio. Add the mix up. Add some repeats. Let's go ahead and turn the repeats all the way up. See what we get here. Pretty nice. You can. One of the nice things is that the repeats, even in the maximum position, don't overrun and get out of control. I really like that. Another way to extend the life of your delay is to hold down on the tap button after you play. So let me go ahead and do that, and you'll see that it's a kind of like a freeze function. And it'll stay frozen as long as you keep your foot on the tap button. And obviously when you let it off, it goes away. So there you have it, some basic features. There's a lot you can do with this, just with these three little guys. Not much more than three. These three little guys, these two knobs, and these two switches. So anyhow, let's try a couple of other things here. Let's try that. And of course some volume swells. This is an ambient guitar channel after all. So pretty sweet. All right, let me go ahead and set a couple things up here. All right, go back to the 2496. A couple of other things just to show you real quickly are some secondary functions. So what is also cool about this is there are, looks like about 6 or 7 functions that can be accessed by holding down the two buttons, the tap and the bypass button together, and then turning some knobs. So I'm gonna try to do this. You'll probably see my guitar neck go into the camera as I lean over, but if you'll bear with me. The first thing I want to show you is how we can free up the second delay so that it is able to the time is able to be set independently of delay 1. Here we go. So we're going to hit both buttons and turn the time 2 knob to the left. Now we're going to turn it to the right. And now we should be in what's called free mode. So let me go ahead and I'm going to turn the delay mix 1 down, and let's listen to delay 2. Should be 1.6 seconds. Great. Let's turn up delay 1 and make it short. Now let's bring them both up. All right, so pretty cool. I'm bringing that bring the repeats all the way up. All right. So that's one thing I'd like to show you. So you can operate these 2 times totally independently if you wish. So that's pretty cool. One of the other things I want to show you is the config option, and that is over here with Mix 2. And this allows you to run the delays in series, which is what they are right now. So one feeds into another. You can also set it for ping pong, or you can set it for parallel. So let's try ping pong first. What this is going to do is create a stereo delay. Ping pong is in the middle. So that's kind of nice. Modulation also gives you a stereo delay, but if you want a stereo effect without modulation, ping pong's the way to go. The other option is parallel. Let me set that up. It's moving the knob to the right. And what this does is it sends delay 1 to, I believe, the left side and delay 2 to the right side. Let's see if I am right. Yep, there we go. There we go. I kind of like that. That has some interesting possibilities. For example, if you're recording, you could take the outputs and run them into your DAW as separate tracks. And then you could treat each delay separately with plugins or whatever you want as you mix your tune. So that's pretty cool. All right, that's all I'm going to go through. There's a couple of more options, but I think that's enough for now for all the basic features. Just a lot of great options. So what I'd like to do now is just do a set of 6 different settings, and these 6 settings are all in the Strymon Dig manual. So you can think of them as out-of-the-box examples. I'm just going to run through them quickly without comment, and then I'll be back for a wrap-up. So I'll see you in a couple minutes. right, I'm back. So isn't that great? The Strymon Dig, what a great little machine. It's very simple to operate, and yet it has a lot of creative possibilities. So hope y'all check it out. Hope y'all get one. I think you'll be pleased with it. Anyhow, if you're interested in more ambient guitar music, recording techniques, ambient guitar playing techniques, and equipment reviews and demos like this one, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. I think you'll find some interesting content there. And as always, I'll see you all on the next video. Frippertronics with the Strymon L Capistan. Let's do it. Greetings all, I'm Bill Vencil. This is Chords of Orion, and it's all about ambient guitar here. And I've gotten a lot of questions recently about how to set up the Strymon L Capistan for Frippertronics style delays and loops. If you're not familiar with that technique, it was not invented by, but popularized by Robert Fripp of King Crimson, where he used two reel-to-reel tape decks to create very long, for the time, delay times, so he could create these really cool textured soundscape types of things. You can do a lot of the same type of thing with a Strymon L Capistan if you set it up correctly. So what I want you to do first on the L Capistan is take your time knob, turn it all the way to the right, all the way clockwise, and then take the tape head switch and move it down to single head. And then lastly, take the mode switch and move it all the way down to mode C. And this is going to put the unit into SOS, or sound on sound mode. When you're in this mode, the tap tempo button doesn't work like it normally does. It changes function to allow you to select what they call a splice start and splice end time. And this can be, with the time knob where it is, up to 20 seconds. So let me show you what I mean here. If I hit the tap, I'm going to hit the tap tempo button. I'm going to count to 8, and then I'm going to hit it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, I have just dialed up about 8, maybe 9. I'm not sure if I was actually 1 second per number, but it's a long delay. And if I play it now, oh, there we go. All right, and I've got some repeats dialed up, and you can hear that it's gonna kind of keep going. Now, I also have the L Capistan, which I find helpful, set up to analog, bypass, or trails mode. So when I turn off the delay, I can play over top of whatever's going on with the El Capistan, but the El Capistan will stop recording my playing unless I've got bypass turned on, or if I go out of bypass mode. All right, so let's talk about how to get this thing set up so we can do more Robert Fripp style types of things. First off, just pick whatever guitar you want. Fripp used Les Paul a lot of times. I use whatever I have handy. I do like to roll the tone knob down, and I like to add distortion. And this is what my distorted tone, normally sounds like. All right, so kind of mid-rangey, kind of Fripp. I think you guys who are experts on Fripp's equipment, comment below, but I think Fripp in some cases used a fuzz pedal depending on what era it was for his career. The next thing you'll want to consider that I like to do is, do you want another delay or some other modulation kind of unit after the Strymon El Capistan. So I'm going, my distortion and amp modeling into my volume pedal, right? And then into the El Capistan. But after the El Capistan, it's kind of cool, in this case, if you add some modulation. That sounds really nice. That happens to be the Strymon Deco, but you're not locked into the Strymon Deco. Use whatever you have that you like the sound of. It could be a flanger, a chorus, a doubler pedal, maybe the TC Electronic Mimic, or even another delay pedal where you might want to set it up to almost a slapback kind of delay or a very short modulating delay just to give you some fullness to the tone. And then finally, and this is totally optional, you can add in some reverb. And I've added in a little hall or room reverb from the Strymon BigSky. Again, it can be any reverb pedal that you have. All right, so we've got our basic sound going. I've got that 8-second or so loop set up in the El Capistan. I did add in some repeats, as you can see. I'm going to leave all the tape kind of grunge and the tape degradation controls turned all the way down. But let me go ahead and play some lines. I'm just going to play some very simple 2-note lines. And you'll see how you can create loops and layers with these types of lines. Here we go. That's that. I love that kind of layering, the looping, decaying layering. Now, if we add a little bit of tape degradation into the El Capistan, we get this kind of thing. With the tape degradation controls kind of set up, tape aging and I think whatever it's called there, you can get that kind of old tape kind of sound that just kind of fades out gracefully. Now, on the El Capistan, if you crank the repeats up, you can get some really cool layers going, and then you can turn off the El Capistan and solo over top of that. So let's see what that sounds like. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and solo over top of this. So what if you don't have an Capistan? Well, all is not lost. Just find yourself a delay pedal that can do up to 6, 7, maybe 8 seconds delay time. So for example, I'm thinking of the TC Electronic Flashback series. They can all do 7-second delays. That's plenty of time to do these long looping Frippertronics. The Strymon timeline has been around since 2011. Is it still relevant in 2020? Let's find out. That's right, the Strymon timeline really has been around since 2011, and I purchased mine in late 2013, so I've had it for quite some time. And since it came out, there's been a whole host of higher-end delay pedals that have made it into the market, and some of them are just fabulous. The Boss DD500 comes to mind, the GFI System Specular Tempest comes to mind, the Empress Echo system comes to mind, and if I left yours out, forgive me, there's just a ton of them out there, and they all sound great. So this is a big question. Is it still worth getting the Strymon timeline in 2020? Well, I think it is. You knew I was going to say that, didn't you? But I do have a few reasons why I think the timeline is still worth considering in 2020. Reason number one in my book is that all of the delay types, and there are 12 of them, all really sound great to my ear. Here's just a quick example of the digital delay type, your classic clean digital delay. That is just a fabulous sounding digital delay, and it still has all of the parameters that you would expect from a modern delay pedal. Modulation, you can add in dirt and grit, you can add in filtering, you can change the tap subdivision, all that good stuff. It's just a fine delay, and all 12 of them have that same characteristic. They're just great. Reason number two to consider the timeline here in 2020 is that it does not require editing software to get to all of the deep editing parameters. Super easy to adjust. As you can see on the control panel, every delay type has 8 different knobs for adjusting all the basic parameters. But if you need to go deep, it's just a click or two away, and you've got access to that particular delay type's individual deep editing parameters. And once you get used to it, and it doesn't take that long to get used to it, you can fly through any delay type and quickly set up a patch. Reason number three for considering the timeline is that the digital, reverse, pattern, ice, and swell delay types all have a smear parameter. Now, you might be asking yourself, Bill, or you might be asking me, Bill, what is a smear parameter? Well, it's basically a way to add diffusion into the delay repeats. Let me demonstrate here. Here is, again, that clean digital reverb. And you can hear that everything kind of stays pretty clean and crisp for all the repeats. But if I add in some smear, and let me turn it all the way up, check this out. Yeah, you can hear that it just kind of smears, to use the technical term, and it's really great for volume swells. Yeah, I love that. I love that so much. As a matter of fact, I think with the judicious use of the smear control, you can almost get away without needing a reverb pedal, depending on what you're trying to do. Reason number 4 in my book is another specific delay engine type, and that is the ICE delay engine. I really love this one a lot because it's not the standard shimmer delay type of thing where you just have an octave above. For what it does do pitch shifting now, but what it does is that it takes a slice of what's going on and then pitch shifts it in some really interesting ways. You can do much more than just an octave. You can select your interval. It's just really great sounding. So I took the Melt Away preset and modified it a little bit, and here's what the ICE sounds like. Yeah. As you can hear, this one is just a really great delay engine to add this movement, this pitch shifting movement underneath what you're playing. It can really just make your guitar sound super big. I love that delay engine. Reason number 5, yeah, it's another delay type. This time, it's the dual delay. And there's a really cool feature that allows you to get up to a 20-second delay, which is awesome for Frippertronics. If you've been hanging out here, you know I love to do that. So let's just check that out real quick. I've got it set up to the dual delay type. And if I set time 2, this allows you to set the ratio of the second delay against the first delay. It's a dual delay, right? There's 2 delays. If you set it to 8-1, that means that delay 2 will sound out at 8 times the delay time of delay 1. So again, if I set it to the maximum of 2500 milliseconds or 2.5 seconds and multiply by 8, that's right, I get 20 seconds. And it's just super cool. So I'm set up for a little Frippertronics action, and here's what I have. Still waiting. It's a-coming. Oh! So those are 5 reasons why I think the Strymon timeline is worth consideration in 2020, but the real question is, what do you think? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Please comment below. Let me know if you think I'm all washed up and so is the timeline, or if you think there are features in the timeline that make it a viable competitor in today's very crowded, overcrowded delay pedal market. All right, I got a playlist here of other delay pedals that I've demoed here on the channel. Please check it out. Subscribe for more ambient guitar-related content, and I'll see all of you on the next video.